Silence feels worse than being wrong. Sorry if this bothers you. I'll hang up soon.
vessel is more than just machinery. It's your refuge. Your home now. Sail forth, Caretaker. Reclaim the waters humanity once commanded. The path is uncertain. Restoring navigational relays will illuminate our way. Beacon 49, eastward, should be your first step. need to master basic crafting skills and generate your own resources to survive. Begin by fabricating a Lumalite solar panel. Good job. You've successfully learned to craft and produce resources. beacon is here, silent and dark. The systems here sleep without power, and without their signal, we drift aimlessly. Bring back the power, and awaken the beacon's voice to guide us forward.
Yo, Mitri, what up, man? How you doing? Another day trying to take over the world. Oh man, well, if that happens to work out for you, just remember I was the good guy, okay? I was your friend. We're red on Saturday. Damn, dude. Like a dark turn, huh? I'll do it. Is that next Saturday or? I'll be sure to remember that. Every Saturday now, I'm gonna be wearing red. Did you make any cool jewelry pieces lately? Or metal crafts or anything like that? Has your day been getting any views today? I just started tonight, but it's actually been kind of slow tonight. A lot of bots coming in on Twitch and Kick, mainly Twitch, offering me graphic design work for absurd prices. I say bots, but they're actual people, so I'm not too sure. Maybe I'm a bot at this point. I tried playing art yesterday. Wasn't feeling it. Arc. Gotcha. Really? Was it your first time playing it? I don't remember if you said you played it or not. Talking about Arc Raiders, right? I tried playing art yesterday. Okay. Is that a typo in the wrong spot, or am I missing something? Do you play art? See, I thought you said play like Arc Raiders, but do you play art? You mean like make art? Or is this like some lingo that I don't understand amongst you artists? Or is it just a typo? Oh, I see. You got your own vernacular to where it's like, if I love my work, then I don't work a day in my life kind of thing, huh? I get it. I think. Would you try making? Some metal or some gold? I've seen people make like metal sculptures. There's a store, I don't remember which one, what it's called, but there's a store that makes these metal type sculptures and they sell for like 5K. There's like a little Transformers, Optimus Prime, or Bumblebee or something. Thing goes for like 5K, but it looks really cool. And it's all straight metal. I think weighs like half a ton, and it's about half as big as I am. And I was like, usually I'm kind of a utilitarian guy, but I was like, yeah, this kind of looks cool. You can like disassemble it, and it looks like there's like sprockets from cars and all that, making a transformer. Wire wrap, I was playing with copper. I have a piece that's my personal piece. I wouldn't sell it for anything less than 10K. Oh yeah, what is it though? Wire wrap, that's like when you wrap a bunch of wires, I assume. Where do you get your copper? Do you go late at night to businesses and just get it out of their fuse boxes, or do you source it in a more ethical way? You know what I mean, like a crackhead. Straight up salvaging. I'm playing Arc Raiders in the video game. You're playing Arc Raiders in real life. Scrapping the copper. No way, we leveled up. Let's go. Yeah, so I made a piece combining all of my personal pieces from throughout my years. Yeah, I buy jewelry, grade wire. Jewelry, grade wire. But it's copper? There's a copper that is considered jewelry grade? Why copper? This is just malleable. Yeah, there's levels to this. Alright, I'm gonna try to keep up, alright? Crap, what do I need? There's levels to this. Keep up. Cheap and people can afford. Since I've invested in copper, the value has doubled on the market. Oh, right on. You said you were like a traveler guy, right? Like you live in a van or something? Are you able to make the jewelry in a van, or do you need to source a shop once in a while? Or is it all just made from the van? As much as you love gold, the chances are you can't afford it. Hey, well, that's I feel like that's a personal insult, alright? Who said I love gold? I live in a house. Oh. Didn't you say you traveled around a bit? You got 1200 laying around? I mean, I do, but not for gold, you know? I feel like, you know, for other things. Like I said, I'm kind of a utilitarian, right? Artwork is I can appreciate it, but owning it, I wouldn't know what to do with it. It would give me anxiety, you know. I'd be like, now I have this asset, and now it's my job to keep it safe and secure, you know. And then I want insurance or some shit. It's all a mess. My point exactly. All right. So do you make the jewelry at home? Or do you have like a shop that you have to go to? So copper meets most people's requirements. They can support my artwork without coughing up a kidney. I'll let you. I feel like I need to work on my voice a little bit, man. If I haven't been talking for a while, and now I gotta clutch up and speak to people, it's like, oh, I sound all... I gotta keep clearing my throat or something. I think the Americans call it having a hoarse throat. Okay, so copper's like a good in affordability. Make my artwork where I please. I'm completely mobile. Yeah, you said you live in a house, but I think we talked about you living in like some kind of van, right? So I thought you were still a nomad. Gone are the days of festivals, or what? I think you mentioned like a 2003 or 2013 festival or something like that. I hope I'm talking to the right guy, dude. Otherwise this is awkward. I remember shit. I just, you know, don't know if I can compartmentalize the remembering part very well. Yippee. Festy life. Yeah, I think we were talking about like boom boxes. They're a little... Some people play that shit a little too loud. Somebody invested in some speakers or some shit like that. It's usually summertimes. Oh, do you still go around the festies? Pop a little acid here or there, you know, maybe a little shrooms, go to... Listen, I'm not trying to project anything, but that's kind of the vibe around festivals, right? Bunch of young kids out there doing a bunch of drugs. Messing their brains up a little bit here and there. And considering your job is artwork, I don't know, man. All the addicts, they tell you, they're like, hey man, it helps with creativity and all that. It's amazing because it's all protected by Homeland Security. What is, the festivals or your jewelry? I don't know, buddy. Somebody starts mentioning Homeland Security and I'm like, ooh, guy's a conspiracy theorist, not... Depending on what we're talking about, though. Yep, festivals have a Homeland Security, Secret Service, ATF on site. Really? Why? You'd think that they'd have more important things to do, no? If it's over like 10k people? Oh yeah? I know that like the Super Bowl has snipers on the roof. But I didn't know that festivals were like that too. 70k people. Do you have like a goal when you go to the festivals? What do you do exactly? You're just there to have a good time? Meet people? Party? Drugs and alcohol? I don't think I've ever been to like a festival. Generally, I'm kind of a little more of a homebody. Well, fuck yeah, it's the safest environment I've ever been in. Interesting take. No bombs, no guns. That's good. You know, to be fair, whenever I walk down the street, I generally don't encounter bombs and guns either, so that's good. You know, going down the street. Festival. Sounds like maybe a little similarity there. No bombs, no guns, generally. But occasionally, you get a bomb and a gun, and you're like, whoa, what's going on here? Detroit lady got robbed yesterday for a Valentine's Day gift selling on the corner. If that happened at a music festival, those people would disappear. I feel like that may be a little over-exaggerated. Okay, I don't know if secret agencies or government agencies are out there protecting a lady selling Valentine's stuff, right? You're making it sound like they murdered Duke Ferdinand or something. You know, hopefully they'd be held accountable, but I don't know if they disappear. But I believe it. I mean, I assume that security is kind of needed, right? It's better to have it than not need it. It's better to have it and not need it than not have it and need it. You know what I mean. The cops would find a body in the woods or a porta potty. Who would it just be the festival goers who would do some bad things to somebody like that? Alright, so if I'm ever going to go and try to commit a violent crime in a video game, don't go to a festival. Got it. Keeping myself prepped and ready. What's a good place to commit a violent crime? Detroit, apparently. Target, Valentine's gift sellers. Easy targets. Good loot. Oh fuck yeah, if I ever saw someone trying to rob anyone with force, you bet I'm getting in. Maybe. What if it's like a strong and independent woman and she's like, I don't need your help. I got this. I've seen Kung Fu Panda like 3 times. I got this. And then, you know, whatever happens then, that's not up to me. There's that whole meme now where when you're a guy, it's like, hey, don't get involved because they're all strong and independent. And also, you know, but honestly, I think it's a good thing to get involved. I think it's like, it shows a sense of character. I think it separates the weak from the virtuous. It's like everybody and their grandmother can just not do anything right, but it takes those with special level of courage to actually go out and do something and be selfless. So I don't know if that's a good mentality to be like, well, just let everybody fend for themselves. Let everybody just, you know, take care of themselves. You gotta be like the good within the world that is bad, even if it means it costing you something. There are like 4 types of people at festivals: sheep, wolves, shepherds, and sheepdogs. Sheep wolves, I get it. Shepherds are like people who take care of themselves. Sheepdogs. Shepherds are like people who take care of the sheep. And wolf dogs are like the people who maybe aid the shepherds. I feel like you can do away with maybe only 2 of them. Sheeps and wolves, I think, would get the point across fairly well. Wolves prey on the sheep, got that much. Sheep are the defenseless victims. Here we go. Sheepdogs are the ones who kill the wolves. What about the shepherds? Did they just stand and watch? Did they take all the credit? So sheepdogs can be thought of like as law enforcement. Who are the shepherds, though? Yeah, shepherds are like cops, EMS, administration. I feel like sheepdogs are the law enforcement. Oh, wait, hold on, no. Sheepdogs would be like the vigilantes then, not in this case. Sheepdogs are like the vigilantes, the shepherds are like the law enforcement, the official good guy people. I get it. But why does the wolf sound like the most badass one though, you know what I mean? It's like maybe we could change the wolves to being rats or like hyenas or something. And maybe we could get the either the law enforcement to be wolves or something else, you know? Wolf sounds like a cool animal. I don't think you want to make the bad guys sound cool. Sheepdogs tend to be filthy animals. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some videos on YouTube. It looks like they're treated a little bit differently than your typical house dog. So they have a job to do, and you can't be like too nice to them, otherwise they get. Well, you can't be too nice, but you can't be too accommodating, like letting them sleep in the house and all that. From what I gather. Those are like China operatives trying to sell analog drugs that will kill everyone or break like 1,000 people's minds. That brown acid joke is dead serious now. Yeah, I mean, isn't fentanyl a big thing, or something more a Mexico thing? China's got drugs that maybe nobody's even heard of, huh? Yeah, that's a big scary part of taking drugs from people. Your boy here is a little paranoid about that, so I would not trust some random people. Although, when I was younger, I would absolutely not care. That being said, you probably like establish a connect and whatnot. The problem with that is if you go to a festival, your connect might not be there, you know. So either you gotta premeditate taking the narcotics, or you gotta like find a new person, and that's a whole different can of worms there, yeah. I've seen the results. I heard a story of a girl dancing with a guy in the crowd. She slipped something in his mouth, and next thing you know, I was driving him to the med. I checked in with his crew throughout the week. He was okay. Yeah, a lot of women like that in like Mexico and like Spanish type countries. They will they'll slip you shit so that they could rob you, or you know, God forbid, worse, maybe try to harvest your kidneys. Usually it's just getting robbed though. They like take all the person's shit, which is honestly you should be able to mess those people up. I wouldn't have any problem putting in a little 5-finger stinger, if you know what I mean. Luckily, I haven't heard of any kidneys going missing in my 10 years. Well, that's good. Gotta keep your kidneys, buddy, you know. From what I hear, they're kind of important. Yeah, that's above my pay grade. I'll beat the fuck out of drug dealing, Jackie Chan, organ harvesting. I'm out. Yeah, I feel like maybe the organ harvester deserves the beating a little bit more than a fentanyl Jackie Chan. All right, I feel like maybe get your priorities straight. That's Homeland's problem? Well, the initial one, it wouldn't be your problem anyway, but you choose to take on that responsibility, right? I feel like we're selectively picking and choosing here. I guess an option would be you call up Homeland and be like, yo, I got an info tip. That could work. There's a big ass recycler. Does it really not fit in here? Oh no. They usually guard the perimeter. Yeah, I don't know much about Homeland Security, buddy. From what I understand, they did a piss poor job keeping our border safe. Okay, this is not ideal. Not ideal at all. Never heard of 10k people dying to vent at a festival because they definitely confiscate enough to kill everyone before it gets to the floor. Aren't festivals known for having like a bunch of other drugs too though? You say that they're like good at confiscating, but wouldn't they confiscate all the other ones as well? Like all the other narcotics? And yet festivals are known for being a cesspool of drugs. The list of drugs you can train a dog to spot, and the list of drugs that were just discovered by scientists last week is 2 different numbers. Yeah, but I'm talking about like the old classic, like acid, shrooms, things like that. I know there's like loopholes and shit. It's not really what I'm talking about. Like you've heard of 2CB? Yeah, I've heard about that a while ago. That was all the rage. It's like a derivative of what, weed or something? There's 2C, C, 2C, D, 2C, E2C, F2C. Gotcha. I feel like if they share enough of a molecular structure though, the law kind of prohibits it anyway. Like any derivatives that follow the base molecular chain are also prohibited. And I'm almost positive that dogs would be able to like sniff those out too, at least most of the variants, if they're similar enough. I imagine it's like smelling a lemon and smelling like a mandarin, and like what's the other one? An orange or something like that. Well, they only look for fat. I know for a fact that drug dogs are trained on a variety of different things. Depends on the drug, but I'm sure maybe they only look for fent because it is the most like deadly one. Because it's so easy to overdose, and it's just so easy to bring in like large amounts. Like the smallest little amount can kill a person. So they probably prioritize that. Exactly. And there we go. Honestly, stop trying to stop the fun, you know? Keep people safe and fuck off kind of thing. It's all social experiment being recorded somehow. Back to the conspiracy theory, eh? Electric engine cylinder booster. Electric engine cylinder booster. Are these the same thing? Yep. I love how you're telling me about the world I live in from the outside view. You live in a world of conspiracy theories or having secret knowledge. I'm not saying that there aren't drugs at festivals. But what is this secret knowledge you have about conspiracy theories or social experiment? Being drugged. Drug social experiments. I mean, when you look at Woodstock 99, it was held on a military base, and I believe analog drugs were tested on the people, thus leading to being one of the only festivals ever burnt down. I assume Woodstock 99 was a festival. I've never heard of that before. We might be way down the rabbit hole at this point. Wow. Maybe I have heard of it, but no, I don't think so. I don't know much about like festival theories and whatnot. You never heard of Woodstock? It doesn't ring a bell. I've heard of that that one thing where, was it not the Alamo? There's that other thing where, oh, I forget the name. Burning Man. I've heard of Burning Man. No, I'm talking about like the where they raided a house or something like that. Oh man, it was like in Texas. Winneco, Texas or something. There's like an entire family and they all had like a firefight or something. Anyway, I don't know if it's important. It's not a conspiracy though. It actually happened. Yeah, I've heard of Burning Man. Burning Man's like the most infamous festival, I'm pretty sure. Woodstock was like the pioneer of music festivals. Oh. When did this event happen that you're talking about? It being burned down? And when did the festival start? $1999. Oh yeah, your boy was a little child at that age. Woodstock, I think, started in late 60s, early 70s. Ooh, right in the peak of during like all the acid and shrooms. Can I not open this or hello? Whoa. The physics in this game are so good. Probably one of the more addicting parts about it. If you watch the Haidt and Ashbury documentaries, you learn that the CIA was handing out LSD like free water back then. Oh yeah, for sure. I think, excuse me. I believe that. I agree with that. Like the CIA, because it used to be unregulated. So like why... There used to be like no laws against the CIA messing with different drugs. In fact, it was like all intrigue, the same intrigue that most people have now. The government agencies could have been doing, you know, engaging with that intrigue as well. I'm just saying, like now at this point. See, I was thinking you were talking about like in today's day and age, like the CIA is still, you know, experimenting on people. It just feels like a little risky, far-fetched. But yeah, back in the day, I 100%. Believe it, because it's like there's no reason not to. Why wouldn't they? Right now, because it's too risky, because laws have been passed and there's no like reason to believe that they still are doing it. I haven't seen any reason to believe that. Are you saying that there's like a reason why you think that they're still, to this day, experimenting on people? And like, glad you could make that analysis from a chair. Go to a music festival and let me know what you learn. My question is, how do you know that? Like, how do you know the contrary to what I'm saying? Right? Do I understand that right? That they're still experimenting on people. I'm asking you how you know that. Because people want to do drugs. That's just human nature. People like drugs. Just because people are taking drugs doesn't mean the CIA is deliberately giving it to them, right? Usually it's just profit incentives, profit structures. Like some kingpin in Mexico wants to make a nice fat buck and sets up an infrastructure. Same thing with like China. Where did the drugs come from? Who's making 2CB? Some guy in some shithole in Mexico or some unregulated lab in China? That's like confirmed. It's not even a conspiracy theory. Again, my question is, why are you saying that the CIA is involved in that? Who's making MDMA? Same sources. People who are trying to make money, trying to profit. Yeah, you think you should watch the Grateful Dead series? Spell it out for you. How about you give me a quick synopsis? Grateful Dead used to schedule their shows to when batches of LSD were ready to distribute. They had a place in the Arizona mountains, I think, that was the largest producer of everything from LSD to MDMA to 2CB, 2CE. Yeah, I don't think I disagree with that though, right? Didn't I say that? Yeah, like back in the day, they used to experiment on shit, but then now it's just. I don't understand what the incentive for the CIA would be to experiment on people. Why wouldn't they just go to like some third world place where they have way less risk? The shit never stopped. Alright, I'm gonna ask again. How do you know the CIA is involved in this now? Like back in the day when it was unregulated, and there was no guidelines for them to do it. Fair enough. I agree with that. Their documents have been released. I agree with that. But ever since laws have been put in place, I don't think I've seen any evidence, any documents, anything like that. It's all like speculation. It's like they used to do in the past, and they never stopped, bro. Based on what? Because with the illegal amount of mass surveillance that's going on, the only way that these drugs could ever make it to the music festival at that rate, that is being allowed. I don't know, man. Seems a little bit like a far-fetch. Think about like police, right? They have an active defense against one side. You totally didn't. You just see me spill water on myself. Think about police though, right? They actively try to dissuade people from doing drugs. They go and arrest people and all that. And yet, those drugs still make it on the market. The point is, there's like you can't prevent all of them. So if there's a bunch of incentive for people to put drugs into these festivals, then why wouldn't they do it? Especially if there's big profits. When you say that the only way that they can make it in is if they're being allowed, well, at least for like smaller scale, when I say smaller scale, at least in like a different aspect when police are trying to police drugs, they're not allowing that stuff, and yet it still gets through, right? So why wouldn't the same apply to on like a more federal level? In fact, the federal level makes it even harder because it's a bigger operation that you got to worry about. Harm reduction is all they can do. Yeah, wait. So now we're talking about the same thing. I agree with that. They're trying to do harm reduction. But you're saying that like the CIA is allowing it. That's a different claim. I agree that the CIA would try to do like harm reduction. Just like the police. I feel like they have their goals aligned there. Because if I were to flip the argument on like, well, hey man, police are actually allowing all these drugs. The only way that drugs happen to be in any city ever is because police are allowing them to be. It's all a conspiracy theory. It's all a conspiracy by the police, by big police institutions to allow drugs in. It's like, well, that's a little far-fetched. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it seems a little unlikely. The war on drugs limits who slips under the radar. What do you mean by that? The war on drugs limits who slips under the radar? You saying that there are like government agents out there who are using the war on drugs as a distraction to get by with other bullshit? So you're saying there's like a war on drugs where the CIA both simultaneously allows it to go on and then tries to arrest the people that are engaging with it? I would understand that the motive there if these were like high profile individuals, right? You like it's that thing you set somebody up. There's like a legal cop term for it. Entrapment or something, where you set somebody up for something and then you arrest them for it. I understand if it's like high profile individuals, but for like random citizens, what is the incentive there, if that's what you're saying? Rappers say they give us the work, then put us in jail. Yeah, well, a lot of rappers are retarded. A lot of rappers, all they care about is Gold chains, grills in their mouths, and how do I open this door? Oh, probably this. Gold chains, grills in their mouths, and a big fat black lady hopping on their dick. I don't know if I would trust rappers with my intellectual processing. Oh.
The communication array is damaged. Repair it, recharge the relay, and let the beacon speak again.
Do you like debating, Mitri? Or does it, like, kind of irk you? Let me ask you this. Am I being too confrontational? Am I being too challenging here? Or is it something you enjoy? Or at least are neutral on? Or are you like, yo, why is this guy... Why is this guy trying to tell me what I'm saying is untrue? Is that how it comes off? Or is it more like just a friendly little disagreement? Or a little, maybe not even a disagreement. I think I agree on a decent amount of stuff that you said there. Friendly little engagement. How do you see this conversation? Yeah, I'm more confused where you get your info from. My info? I don't think I made any real claims though, right? I think that was my question to you. My whole thing is like, does it make sense? Can it be explained in the easiest possible way? And if not, then there has to be some kind of good source there. Or at least plausible source. So when you say that, when you say the government...
These waters awaits the Lazarus complex, humanity's greatest hope. Seek it out, Caretaker.
Yeah, when you say like the CIA is involved in this shit, I think that's like a positive claim on your part. To me, it just, from a what is the simplest explanation, that doesn't really make sense, unless there's some kind of good reason to believe that, you know? You're just being the devil's advocate. The reality is, until the war on drugs ends, we won't know their full involvement. Okay. I disagree with the war on drugs, generally. I don't think it's a good thing. But I think I tackle it from a different perspective than you. For me, it's just, this is America, the greatest country on the planet. If you're gonna pamper and police everybody, then, you know, what's the point? Either people are smart enough to enjoy their freedoms, or they're not. And if you say that they're not, okay, then, you know, why have those freedoms in the first place? Like, idealistically, people should be able to have a bunch of freedoms to do things except for drugs. It's like, it doesn't make sense. It's a little inconsistent. I think the war on drugs should be isolated to meth, heroin, and fent. Why? I understand if it's like after it crosses a certain threshold of wow, this is so dangerous where people are dying at such disproportionate rates from these things because it's so easy for people to like overdose and slip on. Fair enough, you know, maybe police that shit. But even then, don't punish like the people taking it. Punish the people selling it. But as long as you can't like, I think fentanyl is like the one. Fentanyl is like the one where it's like, it's just so easy to overdose on it. Sure, I would probably agree with that being policed. But everything else feels like just doesn't make sense from a freedom perspective. You kill the most and do the worst damage to the community. I know fentanyl does a lot. Which ones do you say? Heroin and meth? I mean, yeah, you can overdose for sure, but I think fentanyl is like literally the worst one. And what is that acceptable threshold, you know? How easy it is to overdose? I wouldn't know what that threshold is. In that same vein though, right? Take a bunch of psychedelics. You completely fry your brain. Then have just permanent life-altering mental disability. That's not good too, you know? Profitable for the hospitals. Yeah, true, but I don't think hospitals have that kind of pull. I mean, sure, you can lobby and all that. But you can also say that, like, enslaving the entire population would be profitable for the entire country. So why wouldn't they do that, you know? Like, we want a high GDP, just enslave everybody. That kind of defeats the purpose, you know? Again, that one feels like a little far-fetched to me as well. It's like big pharma, big hospital is trying to overdose you or trying to get... If anything, hospitals are more likely to incentivize legal drugs because legal drugs, they actually make a profit out of it. There's like virtually no risk. You get like insurance companies and whatnot covering all their bills. But for like hospitals to peddle illicit drugs just so they can, you know, potentially save people from overdoses, that seems like such a small profit margin compared to how much money they could be making just selling the drugs in the first place legally with like prescriptions and all that. There's just way less risk doing that and way more profit doing that. People who want to profit off of illegal drugs are like dipshits who don't really have any values, don't have any morals. They just want to get rich. You know, kingpins in Mexico or a lab in China. At least China has like incentive. I understand China's incentive would be to cripple the American people, weaken the American infrastructure. That way they can outcompete America. Like that incentive makes sense to me. The Mexican guy having a cartel that he pays a little weekly wage that brutalize people and make a bunch of drugs. I understand that incentive. The CIA experimenting on its own people on a broad, wild scale. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to me there. And then hospitals trying to like sell illegal or incentivizing illegal drug sales so that they can help people from overdoses or doesn't really make sense to me either, to be honest. Precursors come from China, not drugs. What do you mean by that? Precursors come from China, not drugs. I don't know what that means. So, Lumimid? A Lumimid. The ingredients needed to make bad drugs come from China. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that is true. That go through Mexico. Also true. Mexico is very like they don't police their bullshit, and it makes it very easy for them to make all the illicit drugs there. And then China sources them because as long as it doesn't go to their own people, because China really heavily prosecutes for drug use there. So the biolabs, they look the other way, and the ingredients go to Mexico, and then Mexico takes all the risk, although I guess there's less risk because it's fucking Mexico, you know. America doesn't really go in there and have any kind of jurisdiction. So yeah, I 100% agree with what you're saying here now. We divvied up a little bit, and I think we're back on the same page here. What do I need? It's a Lumimid. I'm just saying, every music festival ever, if meds and police are on site, they're making overtime for sure. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's a private event. I think by definition, they are making overtime. If the event is sourcing police work and medical work onto their own event, yeah, I mean, they're obviously getting paid for it overtime. So they have incentive to keep the show going. The amount, who's getting that overtime? These are such small fries. When you say they have the incentive, who? The hospital that is sourcing the medical people to be on site, and the police department that is sourcing the police to be on site. These are such small potatoes. Like, it's a little bit of overtime, and it mostly goes to like the people who are like, hey, I could use some overtime. It's like a service being provided. Yup. Yeah, but it's my whole thing there is I don't think there's enough piece of the pie there for them to actually be incentivized there. Plus, they get paid whether they save people or not, right? They don't actually have to do anything there. And there are going to be bad people regardless who will want to do drugs because people are going to want to buy drugs because people are going to be able to do drugs. So even if they didn't have incentive, there would still be incentive from just dipshits who want to sell drugs, who want to make a profit. Electric Forest brings thousands of pounds of food to local food banks. Oh, that's good. Good on that? 70,000 people all need ice cubes for a cooler. 70,000 people paying $20 for a bag of ice. Do the math. Quick maths. Okay, listen, solid invention, right? Solar powered refrigerator. I guarantee there has to be a solar powered cooler out there, and if there's not, there you go. Easy peasy. I've seen people walk back to camp with $20 bag of water before because it's so hot. Oof. Yeah, that's that environment not for me. I don't like the heat, brother. When you can sell a person 2 to 3 bags of ice over a weekend and sell 500,000 just in ice cubes. Yeah, it's a good profit margin. How do they keep ice there? Do they just have a big fridge? Surely if you're like if you're an avid festival goer, probably invest like a tiny little mini fridge that is either battery powered or solar powered. Well, I guess it would be both in that case, but might be a good investment. But I understand that like not everybody's going to festivals all the time to every single one, so it might just be easier to fork off $20. Big ass Sammy pumping it out. Yeah. That makes sense. That's how they transport food everywhere, right? They back it up, throw it in the bed of the truck, and deliver it. Aren't a lot of these places like kind of remote though? Either deserty or like wooded. These guys must be making a pretty good living too. Because I'm sure their rates increase the more they have to haul it around to intraversable areas. Definitely not the most hygienic way of distribution, but it works. I mean, it beats passing out in the heat and having to pay exorbitant fees just to go to the hospital in like an ambulance or something. somebody's thirsty, I mean, depending on how thirsty you are, depending on how much you need some cold, I'm sure people start to be more and more unhygienic. It's like a supply and demand within supply and demand. Oops. Gotta disconnect. I don't know what happens if I don't disconnect, but I'm gonna do it. Medical is free on site, no questions asked. Really? There's no way. See, now that feels like a conspiracy theory. Festivals give you free medical? Is that actually a thing? %. So why doesn't the government just apply whatever they're doing there? And, yeah. How does that work? Like, logistically, how is that profitable at all? Seems wild to me, to be honest. You're transported, that's off private property. Oh, so if you are transported to a hospital, you have to pay those fees. Charged in ticket price? Right, okay. So like if you need to get checked out on site, you get free medical. But if it's like a serious thing where they need to take you to the hospital, then they'll charge you, right? Because that makes more sense. I thought you meant like the hospital ride would be free too. Like they'll take you off site into the hospital and they cover your shit. I'm like, whoa, just because it happened in the at the festival, I'd be like, oh, that's you know, how can they afford that? But yeah. Yeah, so that makes more sense. Or if they're like checking you out on site, you know, apply a band-aid, give you a little water, something like that. That's $800 for a ride. Oh yeah, it starts getting expensive there. So, you know, there might be some kind of incentive conspiracy theory. I don't know, but with that, it's like there's a lot of people who need emergency services. I feel like there might be a government conspiracy theory, probably due to like lobbying and all that, where big pharma, I say big pharma, but I'm talking about just the hospitals and the politicians involved in giving hospitals incentives, that they're keeping the prices extremely high. That feels like a lot, you know? I'm sure you could calculate, like, what is the wage of an ambulance driver? On average, maybe there's like 3 of them per hour. How long does it take to transport somebody? Probably within an hour, right? Very rarely does it take more. And then, like, the fuel, the expense for the car, there's no way it would reach $800, I don't think. So there might be a solid little profit margin. And then, especially if they want to get as much money as they can from insurance and all that. If you're just spazzing out and still coherent, they have air-conditioned tents with cots and medical staff. With cots. What are cots? I don't know if I know what that means. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. I mean, the least you could do is make sure somebody isn't dying from heat stroke at one of your festivals. That would be a pretty big liability. And that would be covered in like the ticket cost. That makes sense. Beds. Cots or beds? Oh, are they like just makeshift? Is that an actual word? Hold on. Yeah, portable beds. Who knew? That must be the Soviet side of me. There's a lot of words, and maybe I'm getting better as time goes on, but there's a lot of words like that where it's like, I'm pretty sure I've heard that word before, but I just don't use it often, you know? English being my third language and all that. That's my biggest complaint, is heat stroke prevention. I mean, I bet. What's like the water situation like? Do they charge absorbent? What's the word? Absurd prices for water in places like that, where it's not accessible. They're charging out the butthole for ice. Surely they're charging good amounts for water as well. Shut the fuck up, English is your third language and you're able to have such a sophisticated conversation? No way. Well, thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Your boy feels awfully good about himself now. Although, I am getting hoarse. Not used to talking, conversing, you know? But I appreciate that. We're out here. We're making a name for ourselves. Sophisticated? Seriously, wow. Did you not know that? I thought maybe I mentioned that. But hey, I learned something. Cots. I take it those are like either the military beds or like the field hospital beds. Bravo, yes sir. We're out here, big brains. Although, I don't think I can speak any language at 100%. I wish I could do that. Well, are you the guy that said you were Jewish? Can you not speak Hebrew? Yeah, military beds, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I get it. I can picture what it is. And maybe I've even heard the term before, but it's just, I don't think it's something I've ever said in my life. Cots. Little flamethrower, don't mind if I do. I speak a little Yiddish, I think is the name for it. Not much dialect. Is Yiddish, that feels like it's like a derivative, or it lives amongst Hebrew, right? Yiddish is like it's like next to Hebrew. Hey, Pixie, how you doing? I'm really sick. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Did you follow in my footsteps and eat an old steak? Cook an old steak? Was the bath time or the sauna time? Isn't that supposed to prevent you from getting sick? When you say Yiddish, for some reason, I mean, I know it's like a Israeli kind of language, like it lives around there, but for some reason I think of like yodeling, you know, yodeling, yodeling, ooh. No, I have the worst fever of my life, so I'm really cold one moment and then warm as frick. No, I thought you almost said a bad word. But we know that you wouldn't do that. Cold sweats feel weird. Feeling cold and hot at the same time feels so weird. When, like, I think I remember that. I couldn't sleep at all. Aw. Well, you're not gonna be able to sleep much listening to my voice, because that shit is not soothing, and it's a little grating. So, this is not it's not an ASMR channel. I'll tell you that. Keep telling me to eat, but just the thought of food makes me want to throw up. Yeah, I feel it. That sucks. Is that shark? He's just chilling or what? I think he's pushing me. I love my ASMR. Do you get those tingles or something that people talk about? I never got behind ASMR, to be honest with you. Never, like, I don't get it. Maybe it's a little bit of a turn off if you get like a woman doing it. But, you know, I'm not admitting that at all. But I never get these like tingles. Like people talk about some platonic, like they love it because it makes them feel a certain way. I don't get it. Yes, I get tingles from ear to ear ASMR and tapping sounds. Well, I hate to break it to you, but you might be autistic. People whispering trigger words is also very relaxing. The only responses I have is making sex jokes at this point, and I don't want to do that because that's too easy. Low-hanging fruit, you know? Time in Sweden. Oh, look at that. It's 5:30. You're almost it's almost your bedtime. You're like a grandma, especially when you're sick, you know. Going to bed early feels good.
We found it. The Lazarus complex. Its halls lie dormant, waiting for you to bring it back to life.
Speaking of sex words, some people watch ASMR for the wrong reason. That's what I'm saying. That's the only way that I can rationalize that or understand that. I get more entertainment by watching people make ASMR than the actual sounds itself. How do you come up with that? I'd have to agree with you on that one. Yeah, it's like super interesting. It's like one of those sound producers for a Hollywood movie where they have to recreate a bunch of sounds and they do it in like weird ways. There's a bunch of YouTube videos on that where they, like, I remember the Star Wars space laser. There's like a giant, like one of those giant cables that holds one of the antennas, and he takes a wrench and he like swipes it on the cable and it makes the sound, and it sounds like the Star Wars droids shooting their little space guns. If you look at the ASMR category on Twitch, it's all half-naked women. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like the same reason that like you watch anime, most of these horny guys are watching anime because, you know, you say wrong reasons. I'm not going to make that claim, you know, because some guys will just want to nut to cartoon girls. Now, I think that's weird, but you know, is it wrong? Not to them. Like, why wouldn't you just be a stripper at that point? Exactly. You have to stop hiding Stop hiding your natural tendencies and just do what you were meant to do. Like, let's all stop pretending like you're some wholesome, like, I'm just making mouth sounds. These are totally platonic. You know what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing. And they pretend like they're all innocent, like, whoopsie, look at me. I'm just making little schmucky sounds into your ear with my mouth. Hee. It's totally platonic. I don't even know why anybody would get turned on with this. Oh my goodness. Thoughts be thoughting. Damn right, brother. Damn right. Do you still go to festivals at all? And if so, you know, going on that thoughts be thoughting comment, are there a lot of hot babes there? Or were there hotter women going to festivals back in the day? Or like now, modern days? My answer would probably be modern days. You know, I like a classic woman here and there, but more the modern girls, man. Oh my, they know how to project their Instagram filters in real life. Especially the festival going girls. They've got like a vibe to them, you know. They got like the elvish physiques and whatnot. I feel like you might be a secret ASMR admirer. Okay, guilty. You got me. It's my darkest secret, Pixie, and you found it out. Please don't tell anybody, especially not Dr. Mitri. You judge me. He'd call me a thought simp. I told you. I already admitted this, okay? Like, occasionally, if they're whispering in your ear, I'm like, okay, I get it. You know, it's kind of hot and whatnot. But yeah, I don't watch ASMR for the ASMR content. And I just don't watch ASMR anyway because it just feels a little weird. But of the times that I have seen it, that's the conclusion I came with. The conclusion I came with. It's a joke. It's a joke. We're kidding. We're kidding. I'll throw it. A thought money. I don't give a fuck. Well, maybe if I'm down bad on my luck, I might have to be a thought, you know? Not yet though. We're not down bad. Not at this point. If the streaming doesn't take off. Might have to resort to being a ASMR thought. I'm gonna get a hot tub. Holy moly. A hot tub. Gonna get a hot tub, put it in the back where my bed is, and just go to town. Pretend like I'm all innocent. Guys, I'm just in my hot tub in my room. Totally normal. I was in a long distance relationship before, and he would make ASMR for me. It was very relaxing and comforting since we couldn't be in person. Oh, that's pretty sweet. If he knew you liked it. Did he use like just vocals, or did he use like tools and stuff? He would never admit that to people though. Well, why are you blasting his secrets around? Not cool. What if he watches the stream, okay, and he'll know? You just told his secret to all of these people watching the stream. All of the 2 people, including yourself. Look, I don't care about trans people using the men's bathroom. Just know if I see you lift a leg to use a stall, I'm probably gonna A, stare, B, not be able to piss during the scene. Yeah, I mean, I have a hard enough time pissing when there's, you know, too many people, because it feels like a very vulnerable, you know? So I'm always like looking over my shoulder, you know, some guy if you're gonna attack a guy, that would be in the stall, you know? The guy has his guard down. I would have a hard time taking a piss as well. He might actually. Oh, Delta's a shy boy. No, it's not that I'm shy. Hold on, it's not that I'm shy. It's that I'm always on guard, and wow, this place stutters this game like crazy. See, maybe I could... It's not that I'm shy, it's that I'm very vigilant. Graphics. Low. Shadow medium. Just stand there with a strong stance and pee. Well, that's what I do. That is what I do. I just have to assess the situation first, you know? I have to, like, look, and I'm like, alright. I have to pre-plan, you know, in case somebody attacks me. Be like, alright, I'm gonna whip out. I'm gonna piss on him, throw him. A distraction. You know? Catch him off guard while I throw the punch right after. You expect some bathroom ninjas to attack you? Not ninjas, just, you know, what if there's a certain type of imported individual, you know, that's taking a little too much bath salts. What is even going on in men's restrooms? You know, in 2026, probably a lot of the same stuff that's going on in females' restrooms. They're probably indistinguishable at this point. You're sounding hella paranoid just saying. As an individual, I'm always a little on edge. I'm not, like, paranoid. I actually have very good mental health in terms of, like, I don't get depressed, I don't get sad, I don't, like, hate life or anything like that. But I'm always a little on edge. I'm always a little bit, like, it probably has something to do with being more introverted, being a little more closed off. And I'm always, like, when I'm outside, I'm, like, just looking, like, not literally waiting for anybody to attack me, but it is a... How do I get up there? It is like a realization that I have. It's like, oh, you know, the world's not a safe place, and there's a bunch of crazy people out there, and you might have to defend yourself. You might have to... You know, it might either be your neck or theirs. So I always have that in the back of my mind. If I'm, like, at a gas station, I'm always just, like, looking around. Anybody who approaches me, I instantly, like, cortisol spike. And but yeah, but I also, like, can judge people on their appearance. Obviously, if, like, a nice looking grandma comes up to me, I'm not gonna react the same way as if, like, a certain type of individual comes up to me, you know? You'd be perfect at a music festival. Yeah, guess if I have some drugs in me, I tend to open up a little bit, but we haven't done drugs in a long time. Well, we haven't done drugs in a long time. We do. Anyway, we don't do anything. We're very nice. All we do is drink caffeine. That's a lie. I don't really drink caffeine anymore. You can't go around thinking people want to attack you. That's not healthy at all. I don't think people want to attack me. That's not at all what I said. See, Pixie, this is why you live in your own little world and let the big boys take care of the big boy things, all right? I'm not saying people want to attack me. I'm just saying it is a possibility. I'm realistic about the way the world is. And sometimes people either have incentive to attack you or they're just completely batshit insane and they want to attack you. And you don't have to do anything. I'm open to the possibility that might happen. And I try my best to kind of predict and try to counteract that. That's pretty much what you said. No, there's a big difference. Some people have just never had their lives endangered, and it shows. Yeah, Pixie's a little princess, all right? She just hangs out. She has like she's a bunch of strong men in her family that are always looking out for her. But this is literally a difference between like a woman, and I hate to be that guy. I'm just like, this is what a woman. There's a difference between, a woman will never understand. But if you ever watch a fight video, like when it comes to like primitive, actions like that, I mean, this with all due respect, in a video game, women are some of the most retarded people. Just the way that they yell during a fight, they just like scream at the top of their lungs. That is their instinct. It's like their defense mechanism is you screech until a big, strong, Giga Chad guy comes over to save you. That is like your interpretation of how to deal with danger. All right, if I scream at the top of my lungs, nobody's coming to save me. It's for me to do. And it's just a difference that we share, that we don't share. She's the reason why sheepdogs like me are needed. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Pixie. You heard him. Place is kind of spooky, I'm gonna be honest with you. I should have built a flamethrower. Can I still do that, or nah? I really should have built a flamethrower. I screamed at the top of my lungs for help before. I didn't get saved. I got an ambulance ride. Yeah, that happens. It sucks, man. Being in danger, not a fun time. I'm sitting here wearing a winter jacket and my bed is still freezing. Yeah, I mean, when you're sick, that's the problem is. The problem is that you're cold from like the inside, not the outside. And in fact, it might even make it feel like you're overheating if you put on a jacket. So just gotta sweat it out. Surprisingly, I don't know if maybe the sauna would help. There was a lot of people watching and hiding. Yeah, that sucks. A lot of people tend to do that. Unfortunately, I've probably adopted the cynical mindset now where it's like, I hate this, because when I was younger, I was like, you gotta do what you gotta do to help people and whatnot. But now, I don't know if I'd be as willing to jump in. Obviously, it depends on the person, what kind of danger they're in. But I think I've gotten a little radicalized, where it's like, the right thing to do would be help like a woman in distress, right? But I'd probably judge her first, be like, is this a strong, independent woman? Is this like a woman who unironically hates men, thinks that like all men are bastards and evil and shit? And yeah, if it was like a nice traditional woman, like from church, 100%, I would absolutely go and help her out, because it's like a traditional woman, there's like an expectation and whatnot. But if it was a strong, independent woman, oh well, good luck being strong and independent all by yourself. And that's not a good thing. It's not like... I'd like to think that I'd still have it in me, but I don't know, man. They made a lapel pin named after me. Bath salts eat your face. Is it because you took bath salts, or? I'm aware of how dangerous men are. 6 stitches from a human bite to my nose because I stopped security from getting jumped. Damn, dude. Ugh, bites are disgusting. I'd rather meet a bear than a man in the forest, but I still can't go around being afraid 24/7 of my life. Okay, Pixie's actually delusional. I'm not even gonna engage. It's, you know, there's nothing I can say. If you're that far gone, good luck. Good luck. Flamethrower. I almost forgot. I got kicked in the head so hard after he bit me by one of his friends. Those head injuries, man, they'll get you. Yeah, I do everything in my power to avoid fighting. And if I'm fighting, it's generally like, good luck, you know. If I'm fighting, I'm general fear for my life. Like, I don't go out, try to fight people, just because I know how dangerous it can be. Did you already throw away our creators? Why can't you just be loyal to one game? No, I didn't throw it away, but this game got an update, and I've been wanting to play it. So I'm playing it. Did you just get bored of the one food that you've eaten your entire life? Why can't you just be loyal to one food, Pixie? See how silly that argument is? Wow, you're cheating on a video game? Wow, you're cheating on a food? Ugh. This must mean something about you, Pixie. You've not had one meal in your entire life? Ugh. Wow, red flag. That means you're gonna cheat on every guy that you're ever with. You're about to kill security, in my opinion, because security hit their boy. I stepped in to get away from security because he was alone. Did you know the security guy? Or did you try to do the right thing? It could mean that you aren't a loyal person. It could be a red flag. Yeah, and you could jump off a bridge when you're walking right next to one. You know, you might have an intrusive thought, and that could happen. But it would be a little silly to avoid bridges and make that assumption, right? Just doing the right thing. That's good. I hope I have that in me, to be honest. It's like not let the world make me like way too cynical. And like despite no matter what. I think I should probably work on that, to be honest. Just no matter what, just always do the right thing, no matter how hard. But I guess that's the whole problem, right? It gets a little hard. It's like one of those things where you'd like to be able to say that, yeah, I'd always do the right thing. But when you're there, obviously it feels different. That's when it really matters. It's like, are you actually able to do it, or can you just like talk about doing it? I guess this is me trying to be honest. Like, myself. Or you're in the woods with no one to back you up. Yeah, big scary. You find out who you really are. I bet. Pixie, though, if she's in the woods, she just makes friends with all the bears, and they get her back. 911 didn't work at music festivals. Yeah. I can see that call now. So where are you located in the woods with 70,000 people? I'm next to the tree with the grass. Am I wrong for assuming people at music festivals are usually the most unhygienic people ever? I don't think you're wrong. I think Dr. Mitri actually mentioned that sometimes they're even willing to drink unhygienic water and ice. Yeah, but yes, I've heard that they have smells. They smell a little bit from partying a little too hard. So I don't think you're totally wrong. Dr. Mitri, back me up. Sometimes they're not the cleanest of folk. Sometimes they get a little stench to them. Oh, hey, look, I just noticed that my camera is in the perfect spot to put onto where the robot's head is. That is like coincidence? I think not. Oh yeah, it gets musty, but when it comes to genetic superiority, I don't know anyone that was a constant festival goer that died from COVID. Yeah, because you're like exposing yourself to a bunch of icky, sticky, gooey people. Well, that's fair. Did I already make the gun? I don't think I did. Clear queue, one of those, and then a couple of those. So when you talk about a dirty environment, it's actually boosting the immune system. Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's actually a big mistake that a lot of parents make when they're raising their kids, when they have like an infant, is they really try to keep it super hygienic. And there's actually a balance there. Like, obviously you don't want your kid to be bathing around in shit. That's disgusting. But like, there's a reason why kids have a tendency to put things in their mouth. One, because they have an oral fixation for tits, but two, it's because it actually helps boost their immune system. It helps cultivate their immune system for when they grow up. And this is why we actually evolved. We've developed the ability to like sense disgusting smells, is because usually disgusting smells are associated with like rot and death, and it tells us to stay away from those places because they're unhygienic. So it's very interesting. But yeah, I agree with you. Like it's good to like not always be clean in terms of boosting your immune system. It's also nice to, you know, be hygienic. There's like a balance there, and it's kind of hard to explain. A small petrol generator. Just the tiniest little generator. When you realize everyone at festivals ends up getting sick afterwards, you realize they don't need vaccines because they are making it. Less festival kids' blood is worth more than isolated individuals. Alright, well, don't let the government keep you saying that, otherwise they'll start harvesting you guys. You might get a little contact high from all the drugs in the festival goers' systems, but, you know, small price to pay. Petrol generator. Just a little bit of petrol, mate. Oh, we gotta try to eat something. Good luck. I've heard horror stories of people getting their faces stolen. Say what? Like from Game of Thrones? What does that even mean? Do I want to know? That's being drugged up. Are you saying that's what they call it when you get drugged up? Is having your face stolen? Yep. Interesting. Happens to cops all the time if they're being aggressive. People drug cops. Festivals? That's insane, dude. How do they even get it into their system? That is quite the big risk, in my opinion. a drug over a cop just because he's being aggressive. They feel little water droplets on the back of their neck from a dollar store squirt gun. Duct tape to be sealed. Oh yeah, and then it with what, like LSD and shit? And then it just gets absorbed in the skin. That's scary, man. Having your body absorb things through your skin is like, ugh. Who knows? It has to be like, because not all drugs are absorbed through the skin. Like, even fentanyl, the only reason why you're not supposed to get on your skin is because, like, sure, it can get absorbed through it in, like, maybe very small ways. Usually it's because, like, it's so easy to, like, spread everywhere else. You can just, like, accidentally inhale some afterward. You ever see a duct tape squirt gun? Run. Okay. I'll be sure to do that. New fear unlocked. Duct tape squirt guns. And this game is laggy in this area. Lots of people bring squirt guns to festivals. I avoid it like the plague. Yeah, I guess a lot of them just want to have fun. It's like a gimmick. And some of them use it to drug cops. Is it a big issue back in the 70s? And drugs are so expensive now that nobody wants to waste it on a cop, huh? They'd rather just shank them. Damn, what is this? This game is wild. Oh yeah? You like the aesthetics? Unfortunately, it's a bit laggy in this area, but... Have you ever heard of this game? Nah. It's got that grind set play style. Trying to understand what's the point. It's to like follow the story, which is scrap things. You're supposed to like launch. You're like a robot, this little character, and humanity's fallen due to some catastrophic events or something like that. And you're the robot who's trying to like get them back up and running. So there's like some kind of there's like places you gotta go and stuff you gotta craft. And then you gotta fuel a big ass rocket and then send these little humans that you grow in pods into space. But I like the game because it has a bunch of different systems in place. It's like a first person crafting, you're on a boat, salvaging, scavenging, electricity management, resource management kind of thing. All these things into one. So to answer your question, I haven't been to a music festival in years. I got caught up in some bullshit and had to clear my name before I wanted to go back out. Oh, yeah, I think we talked about it a little bit. Where some dipshits kind of like dox you and something like that. Or at least you said that your name and all that it's out there and you're no longer trying to like protect it or hide it or something like that. I remember a vague conversation about that. pretty much cancel culture used as a weapon to hide others' bad doing. Damn, dude. Victim of cancel culture. Well, I'm a streamer and I like to be edgy, so it's only a matter of time, right? And then the first story is always bullshit. Delta is on that normal hour? It can't be. Oh, it can. Although, it's not really a normal hour. I've been up. I started streaming like 4 hours ago. Wait, more than 4 hours. 4 a.m. Something like that. So, maybe it was almost 5. So, yeah, I don't know how normal we want to call this, but it's a little. I've been trying to normalize it, right? And what they tell you is it's the thought that counts. How are you today, man? I am doing great. My horse's throat. My throat is a little hoarse, although that's nothing unusual. And just have a little hard time speaking. Other than that, I think we're good. Someone gave me a really good recommendation on posting like your stream schedule. Someone gave me a really good recommendation on posting like your stream's schedule. What does that mean? About my stream schedule specifically, or are you saying that I should post my schedule to become a big boy streamer? But yeah, Speedboat Jimmy, I am doing great. What about you? What have you been up to? I see that you're also on a normal sleep schedule, so, or at least you're up and about during the day. So like set specific times you plan on streaming. Oh yeah, well I mean, I know that it's good for consistency, but here's the thing. Okay, there's a little tiny caveat is I don't really plan on streaming. It's usually when my schedule permits it. But yeah, I know it's like a good thing to do. And you know, if my stream transitions into like a real big boy day job, then I'm sure I will. I'll post like a real schedule. But right now it's just kind of whenever I can. You know, I'm still a grown big boy. I got big boy. I gotta stop saying big boy unironically. I have, you know, human adult shit to do. I'm pretty good. Played Ark last night. Had some drinks with my friends. That's good. I've been drinking a little too much lately. Like, I don't normally drink, but been drinking a little bit. That's how I am with making art. I can't force creativity. Yeah, that's same here. It's like sometimes it's not that I don't want to, that I'm lazy. It's just like my brain isn't there. It depends on like what I'm playing and all that. We go by vibes in this stream. Damn right, brother. It's the only way that a stream can function. What is this systematic bureaucracy of a stream? Might as well go watch one of those display TVs at Walmart. You know, that's your vibe. Here, here we don't put any effort into anything. Here we pick our nose on stream. We have sex on stream. We do drugs on stream in a video game. Here we have revolutions against the tyrannical, oppressive, governmental regime on stream. That's the kind of stream that we have here. It blows my mind that people that can make $10,000 paintings at a music festival. Oh, is that a really good place to sell that stuff? Is that where you sell your stuff? At the festivals? I didn't even think about that. I thought you went there for like straight leisure. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. I should not have scrapped that guy because now I am screwed. I knew I brought this battery pack for a reason. Is that the primary place that you sell your paintings? Somebody takes a little LSD. Excuse me, not your paintings, your artwork. When you say art, I automatically think of paintings. But, you know, it's a fair assessment. But, you know, somebody takes a little too much LSD, starts seeing those visual patterns, sees your metal sculpture, and they're like, wow. It's speaking to me, man. It's getting my third eye, brother. I'm sitting on like 30 to 50k of art right now. I'm not going back unless I have a booth. I've heard costs of booths on Main Street being up to 5k. Oh yeah. I know the booths can be expensive, especially in like the hot zones where all the traffic is. Most people inebriated aren't carrying $1,200 around. Yeah, well, that's only because they're drunks. They gotta be one of those psychedelic guys, you know? To where the art speaks to them. And then, money's not an option. Money's not a obstacle. It's not a... You know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to say. If you say so. Yeah, man, you gotta look at the guys with tie-dye shirts. You gotta look at the guys that are that have a little bit like, hey man, hey brah, what's good, brah. You gotta talk to those kind of guys. That's your target audience. The drunk guys, he's like, oh, hey, what's good here, brother? It's just moving along. I think. That would be my assessment. But who knows? How big is your art? Is it like, I think we talked about like jewelry, right? Then you said like sculptures as well. So can you like wear some of your art? More like the kids who fly in and swipe a credit card. Excuse me. swipe a credit card and buy all of the campsite and leave the whole campsite behind because they fly out? Are those like rich daddy kind of kids? Oh yeah, we call them custos. Let me guess, because they're customers. Because money's no object. People that don't build the environment pay for it. Interesting.
The power is restored. Now we can enter the Hall of Humanity.
Yeah, that's kind of like a play on if you're not a producer, you're a consumer. So I make jewelry that's wearable. I've been saving up my art for a special event because it's a memory. Okay. So it is like jewelry. Didn't you mention that you made like sculptures as well? Wearable jewelry. I've been saving up my art for a special event because it's a memory. What kind of jewelry? Like more necklaces or rings or I think we talk about the wire trees. You said it was like wires, but I don't remember if you said it was like trees or whatnot. But maybe I'm just forgetting, honestly. So when you say wire trees, is that also wearable? maybe that's why I'm thinking it. It's like maybe that's why I'm thinking it's not just jewelry. Because when I heard tree, I tried making rings. Not my style. I make pendants. I have a short on my page. Go look. Okay, I will. After the stream, I will look into it. Fabric. Connector parts. Fabric. Your boy needs fabric. Oh, there's fabric for that. Music festivals are a huge market for glass blowers, jewelry makers, and painters. Lapel pins was my favorite hustle. Are lapel pins? Are they like the little? You have like a. What is it? I guess it's a pin, like a bobby pin. You can like attach it to clothes via like a little needle hook thingy. Is that what a lapel pin is? Like the ones they give to generals and whatnot. To the military people? Kirby having a nitrous tank is worth like 10k. Yes, same concept as ranks. I've actually heard about that, where nitrous is a big thing. People make giant hustles selling those little nitruses to people on festivals. Nice little renewable source of energy. Let's go. I wouldn't know about any illicit drug sales. Is that a joke? You seemed pretty well versed on it a little bit beforehand. It was just like a totally a wink wink. Totally, me neither. Wink wink. Did you always make jewelry for a living, or did you like get into that sometime later in life? Making art got me out of a bad lifestyle. It saved my life. If I can show anyone making art is better than what I was doing, it's fine. Well, that's good. Wholesome story. Cyclone versus Whisperer. These are Cyclones. Get rich quick doesn't work in the festival world. It's usually short-lived. Yeah, it sounds more like a drug kind of thing. A get rich quick thing. Making an honest living, that's what it's all about. Scammers don't last a day. I don't know. Somebody should tell that to all the Indian people who are out there scamming. It's not good if you want to like transcend a certain threshold. But it's all, it works. It works on low levels. It works on like a shallow mindset kind of thing. Not at music festivals? Oh yeah, because everybody like remembers you. And then your integrity is shot and then nobody ever wants to do business with you again. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know the context for music festivals. But I'm just saying like in general. Where are you gonna go? Back to your car? Your tent? Maybe you could, maybe on like a short level, you go in there, you scam, and then you get out real quick, and you just leave the event. Maybe it's like a short-term solution in that sense. But it's pretty risky. My integrity means everything to me in real life, so I'm a big kind of like, if I say it, you best believe that in a good faith attempt, I will do what I have to like honor the deal. But I'm a big like handshake kind of guy. Bureaucracy, I find kind of disgusting. But I understand why it's a thing, and I understand that, you know, contracts need to be had to uphold deals, and especially complex deals and things like that. But somebody that I could do like a handshake deal with or something like that, it tells me a lot about the person. Hopefully it tells them a lot about me. And I wouldn't expect that. And I'm not a trusting individual in that sense either. But I'm just saying, of those individuals that you can do a handshake deal with, there's like a mutual amount of respect, which doesn't happen too often, unfortunately. Ticket scalpers do that. Yeah, pretty sure ticket scalpers exist everywhere. But that's not like a scam, though, right? As long as they're upfront about it with you. They're like, hey, listen, I got something. It's kind of like selling water in the desert, you know? It's what we talked about earlier. It's like there's a demand there, and somebody doesn't have a ticket. They're going to be willing to part with a little more smoolah than they otherwise would have. What do I have to do? I have to get those wind turbines hooked up here to get more energy. But is it worth dismantling them? That might be a better play. Dismantle them and bring them closer. Oh, this is going to take a lot of power. How much on average would you say that the tickets cost for all these festivals that you go to? I assume that like different places have different costs, obviously, but like on average, how much can you know, if you're gonna go to a random festival, maybe not like the biggest one ever, but just, you know, just a festival, a couple $100? I'm guessing $200, $200 to $300. $600. Okay, well, that's a pretty high average. What is like the most expensive one? What, 2,000, 5,000? We're talking about like baseline prices, not like scalping prices, right? $2,400. Damn. It's all those inclusions of hospital visits, right? I'm kidding. This is what free healthcare does to people. Gouges the prices. Life comes with a cabin, showers, toilet. Oh, okay. We're not in grandma's tent anymore, huh? Maybe I should just dismantle these. RV life is fun. You see some expensive rigs. Oh, bro, I was like curious one time and trying to look up how much an RV is, and oh my, especially the newer modern ones. Oh, those things ain't cheap. You know how much it costs if it gets stuck in the mud for like a tow truck? I'm gonna guess 2,500 to get it unstuck from a tow truck. If that's what we're talking about. You're in the ballpark. It requires a heavy duty truck. I've heard 1,200. Yeah, I guess it depends on the situation, right? Everything from the company to where exactly it is you're stuck. To what kind of environment it is, how heavy your truck is. They have an impound lot on site at Electric Forest. Impound? Why would, I guess there's like a lot of people that park or maybe leave their cars, get a little too rowdy and potentially burn down their car. I can see that happening. Oh, where's the power? Oh. So Carl is screamed at Electric Forest to remember. So Carl is screamed at Electric Forest to remember a search party for a guy named Carl. It's really dark. It's a joke because he was found dead. But it's a grim reminder. I don't get it. I'm sorry. So there's a guy named Carl. He's screamed at Electric Forest to remember a search party for a guy named Carl. It's really dark joke because he was found dead. It's a grim reminder. To remember a search party for a guy named Carl. People scream his name in memory. Why? Is it like a ritual thing or what? Like they are still searching. Oh, so there was an incident where a guy named Carl died, and there was a search party. So it's like a thing to remember that those places are dangerous, or what? They honor Carl's memory. Gotcha. That's a pretty generic name. Carl. Do you actually know the story that it's referencing, or is it just like a kind of a wives' tale type thing? Kinda. He got fucked up at, I think, Rothbury, which is what Electric Forest took over, went wandering into the woods and supposedly was found later. Do you know how he died? I feel like there's an important little detail here. It's an urban legend, kind of like 12 Tribes religion, kidnapping children who they lure into the bus. I've never heard that. 12 Tribes religion. I know like the generic urban legend where, you know, kids get kidnapped, but I didn't know there was like a 12 Tribes religion. First time I'm hearing about it. Twelve Tribes supposedly preys on people who are lost, aka fucked up, and then nobody hears from them ever again. Yeah, that's one of those things they tell you to make sure that you go easy on the drugs, huh? Like, hey, careful, you get too lost, the 12 Tribes is gonna get you. And then people are like, yes, mother, I will behave. I will only take 4 blotters instead of 8. Those rich kids we were talking about. The customers or customs or whatever you call them. Custies? Oh, it's so close. I'm gonna do this. Watch. Oh, no. More like a grim reminder not to wander off with strangers, but yeah, it's a real thing in my opinion. I heard a lot of, like, women, they get, you know, schmexually musholted. I don't know if you can say that on stream. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of women get diddled and tense. Or drugged. The lesson is, don't be a woman. It's a joke. It's a joke. We're joking. Yeah, I dare you to try and grape anyone in a crowd of 70,000 people. You won't be alive by morning. I'm pretty sure that's like, it happens. Like, they get drugged and then they go into the tents. It's not like they're doing it right in the middle of the open. It's not like they're just like, hey, everybody, let's go at her. It's more like, you know, they go out. They go out from like the main festivities. They go into like a tent or something. Maybe somebody takes drugs. It's more like sneaky predatory, not like out in the open. I know Burning Man has that a lot. It's like they have a whole like enforcement thing where they have a whole case management team that focuses solely on that. So like they like work with law enforcement because law enforcement was getting so many calls that they like established their own little unit. They work with law enforcement. Where supposedly women getting sexually assaulted. A lot. It happens, but those people get hunted. Some people go to festivals to hunt those people for sport. Well, they should do a better job at it.
Welcome to the true meaning of your existence. This is what we, were made for. You've proven that what was lost can still matter. Carry this truth forward, Caretaker. There is much yet to be done. The Lazarus racks have stood empty and broken long enough. Restore one to working order. It's our only hope of bringing humanity back from the silence. The relay atop the Lazarus waits quietly. Its guidance is crucial. Bring it back online, Caretaker, and let its signal shine again.
To find the person and extract the truth? You talking like asking them nicely or pulling teeth? indicate what they do, but they usually... indicate what they do, but they usually... the problems are never seen again. It's the first time I'm hearing about this, man. I have never heard of people disappearing from festivals so often. It's rare. I've been to a festival with no issues. Usually they're much smaller. Yeah, I mean, I would think that festivals tend to have at least some... it's almost like its own little ecosystem, like its own little town or inhabitants or whatever. Does your name mean anything, Dr. Mitri? I don't know if I asked you that already. I feel like I have. Oh. Wouldn't you like to know my display name? It's just a name. What do you mean? Why'd you say it like that? Am I missing something? Why'd you put it like that? Like, I feel like you're not being very forthcoming now. If you gotta ask, you can't afford it? About your username? Are we talking about the same thing? Or am I forgetting something that I asked you before? What exactly can I afford? Getting into them conspiracy theories again, you are? Bro, I have no idea what we're talking about right now. Okay, this is where I'm at in my mentality. I was like, does your name mean anything? Or is it just a name? And I have no idea what me not being able to afford things has to do with anything. Or like, wouldn't I like to know? Is it supposed to be like cryptic, or am I missing a part of the conversation? I think my name is Code is Paranoia. It's not Code. Wait, hold on. Completely different interpretation, okay? You know how like some names mean things? I never implied it was code. It's just, you know, some names have origins. You ask a Native American, what does your name mean? And he's like, oh, my name means the moon and the stars had sex and gave birth to a wildflower. Kokosoko Doko is the name. You know, that's what I mean. It doesn't have to be like cryptic and like code or anything. It's a reasonable question. Certain names mean like, have like meanings and shit. Especially if it's a chosen username. Like my username, Delta V. Delta is like a change in something. Delta V specifically is like a term for rocketry. The amount of change that a rocket has based on its like fuel to weight ratio. But, you know, it's not like cryptic or anything. There's a name. It's not just a name. It's based on something. So I can't tell if if your name is just a name now, or if it's just like a secret that you don't want to say, which is fine. It's a secret. It's completely fine. But I am. No. I don't know if you're making an implication there or not. You sure it's not Illuminati? I'm positive. Delta is the symbol of the Illuminati. Okay, now look who's reading into all the signs. I don't think Delta is the symbol of the Illuminati. I think it's a triangle. Okay, listen, it's completely no relation. Straight coincidence. We just happen to have a triangle, okay? Obtuse, acute. Pythagorean theorem has nothing to do with the Illuminati, okay? It is written in mathematical notation. Okay, physicists use it all the time. I promise it's not Illuminati. Yeah, but now look who's reading into little symbols, huh? Who knows? Maybe I am part of the Illuminati. Maybe you've caught on to me, but I'll never admit it. When I make it big, you'll be like, I know that guy. I've seen him. He's admitted to me. It's like the meme that, oh crap, what's that actor's name? The guy who played in Titanic, Leonardo DiCaprio. Pointing the finger at the TV, I've seen this. And look at that, I've got 2.4 kilograms of gold on my inventory. I don't want to hear anything about me not being able to afford it. My robot's got gold. My name originated from Dr. Mitri. It was based off my studies into the medical marijuana industry. Is that a known thing? I've never heard of that before. What is that? Originated from Dr. Mitri. It was based off the studies. Oh, like you are into trees. As in, yo, you got some tree bud? Okay. Were you keeping that a secret? Or are you just messing around? Do I get the privilege of being the first person to decipher your username? I guess I didn't really decipher it, you told me. Me is Michigan, tree is we. Oh, Michigan. Dr. Michigan? Weed? Sorry, is weed. When you say use studies, like, are you talking about, like, official university kind of studies? Or, like, I study by smoking kind of study? I studied so much tree by smoking it all. I mean, it really is the first time I've ever admitted it. See? And deep in your head, you're gonna be like, huh, did this guy catch on to me? Did he know all along? Do you still smoke a lot, or? I haven't smoked in years. It's been a while. It's been a long time. I'll be posting my learnings, hoping a college accepts me to teach and expand my knowledge this summer. Can you give me a little brief something that you learned? Like, just, you know, don't share the industry secrets with me, but like, what kind of things did you learn that you might also, are universities and colleges, are they friendly with that kind of stuff? Do they generally, like, allow you to teach if you're specializing in marijuana? Or is it like a no-no thing? I know, like, back in the day, it used to be a little more taboo, you know? Oh. U of M, Michigan State both have programs advancing this research, especially with the rescheduling of marijuana. Oh, right on. So I take it you do smoke the good, the Zaza. Because, you know, it would be ironic to do research but not smoke it. If I drop, am I gonna die? I don't want to risk it. Like a chimney? Okay. Interesting. Back when I used to smoke, I would always prefer sativa blends. I know most of it is like mixed and all that, but I didn't even know like why some of them made me feel like better, and other ones I didn't really gravitate towards. So yeah, once I figured out that there's like 2 main strands, I would always get like sativa blend, because I wanted to feel like I'm running, frolicking through a forest instead of like just zombied out, you know? So I prefer sativa, and indica is just not really meh. I mean, obviously, maybe if it's like a little bit of a blend here and there, that's fine, but like predominantly sativa is my go-to. I could see you being a sativa guy. Yeah, I think it has something to do with me being like naturally introverted, so getting me a little more stimulated is a good thing, or feels better. Versus like if I'm introverted and then I smoke an indica, then it just amplifies me being in that state. But yeah, little theory. How long have you been smoking? And do you feel like has it like lost its charm? A big reason why I quit was because it lost its charm. Like I'd still get high, but it didn't really do much for me. It lost the fun part of it, the aspect, and in fact, it made it feel like worse. Like my memory, I felt like it was getting worse, and I don't know. I actually don't remember. It's been such a long time, but I guess it felt like I was doing it at some point to like upkeep on my baseline rather than experience something new. As I'm getting older and fixing health issues, I'm finding I don't want to smoke as much. Yeah, that's kind of what it felt like for me. Actually, a big part of it was being healthier as well. I started running, and I was like, I wonder how badly this is affecting my running. And then, so I stopped smoking, and it genuinely feels like I can breathe so much better. And then there was a while where I switched over to like edibles, but then, yeah, but then just eventually I got kind of bored of it. I'm like, okay, I don't really want to do this anymore. But yeah, I guess technically I switched over for a health reason as well, so I can breathe better. But man, I miss it, and every time I like walk by and I smell like weed. Oh, it smells so good. Like it goes into my brain, and I start reminiscing. I'm like, oh wow, that's because I used to hate it when I was a kid before I smoked. I used to be like, oh, this smells like skunk, you know. But now it's like I can differentiate the smell of skunk versus weed, and then it lights something up in my brain a little bit. But yeah, it's not like it doesn't like urge me to do it, but it's there. There's that little like, oh, it smells so good. Noticed when I was at music festivals, I didn't smoke 1/4 of what I smoke when I'm at home. Yeah, a big part of it's probably like boredom and like coping with whatever it is that we deal with as humans. Same thing with like food too, you know? If I have junk food and I'm like not doing shit, I'll tend to eat it. So a big part of it is just like try not to buy it. But if I'm like bored and like unproductive, I'm always like a lot more hungry. Versus if I'm actually doing stuff, you know, I can abstain from food much better. I think it probably goes for everything. It's like kind of keep yourself busy. I'm sure like addicts, one of their core tenets is just like get busy. Get busy. What is that song by Sean Paul? Hold on, now I gotta see if that song is a thing. Okay. All right. This is not how I remember this song. Did I? Did I leave a recycler somewhere? Am I just dumb? Not how I remember the song. In fact, it's not a very good one. It must be a remix or something. So just a teaser. Shit. So just a teaser of my info. I've been studying agriculture since 7th grade, finally putting to application in my 20s, and now finalizing my research in my 30s. Oh, right on. What did you study? Like, what did you find out? Row cropping with salt nutrients bought from Russia was a bad idea. Why is that? Do they have like chemicals in there or some shit? Hey, how dare you speak with ill intent towards the Russians. They are perfect in every way. A large portion of nitrogen fertilizer comes from Russia, and it's proven to be toxic versus organic farming. I had no idea. So you wrote like a research paper on that, or? Are you like a gardener? Are you good at growing fresh fruits and veggies? Developed a new way to grow? Really? What is the way? Or is it like top secret? Well, not developed, I guess discovered. I can't take original. It's called dual root zone farming. First time I'm hearing about it. How is it different from... Okay, this is my idea of farming, okay? There's some soil. And you plant a seed in the soil, water it, maybe give it some nutrients, if there isn't enough nutrients in the soil. And then over time, it grows into something else. Or, I mean, something that it's supposed to grow into. I also know of, like, hydroponic farming, where you just put... You don't need soil, technically. You could just put, you just put, like, whatever it is you're growing with the roots into some, like, flowing water. Add some soil. The reason... I mean, I guess it could be stale water, but the flowing is to help, like, prevent from bacteria and algae and shit. Keeps the water fresh. I guess hydroponic farming, it looks really cool. It looks very futuristic, hydroponics. I use both at the same time. The dual root thing. Dual root zone and normal farming. What is dual root zoning? Like, can you paint a picture for me? Or is it more of like an easier to Google it kind of thing? Soil is a root zone, hydro is a root zone stack them, and you have dual root zones. So why would you combine them? Hydro is root zone stack. Soil is root zone. Soil is root zone and hydro is also root zone? So then you stack them. Why? Why not just do either one or the other? Like, what's the benefit? Soil can only handle 300 to 1,200 ppm. Hydro can pump up to 3,000 ppm. I have no idea what ppm means. Something per minute? More nutrients available to the plant in 2 different environments. Interesting. Hold on, if okay, if hydro can do 3,000 ppm, wouldn't it make more sense to or would it be possible to just dual root zone, but just with 2 hydros? Instead of combining like soil? I guess my question is, why can the soil stack its ppm with hydro? But why can't you just have like 2 hydros stack one another and have it like 6,000 ppm instead of just 3,000 plus, it's like the high side of 1,200 from the soil? Fuck, now you're fucking with my mind. Why not have multiple different hydro reservoirs? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. You just earned a credit in my book, sir. That's what we're here for. To be big brain. You now have royalties. Nice. Easy peasy. We're making a call. Fuck streaming, dude. I want to be a hydroponics herbalist. What was it called? A botanist? So is your dual root zone thingy, does that just mean that like it's like a specific way to stack? It's a specific way to stack the growing to basically like conserve space? Like at the end of the day, it comes to like the same amount of plants can be stacked within a certain space. that otherwise they wouldn't be able to do while having more nutrients, or is space not a factor here? Yes. Okay. Might be good for, you know, when Elon Musk goes to the, might be good for when Elon Musk goes to the, whatever that planet, Mars. You know, space is going to be very important. So my complaint with Hydro is it doesn't taste the same as organic. So I wanted the best of both worlds. Ah. Okay, interesting. You're like a botanist connoisseur, I see. A botanical connoisseur. But then, as it progressed, I realized its value to situations like terraforming Mars. Yeah, I mean, you might have to sacrifice a little bit of purity in order to maximize on the efficiency there. In theory, you should be able to plant a seed, walk away, and come back to a fully grown plant with no human interference. Yeah, isn't that how most organic things grow? I believe it. Farming, you need to feed and water. Right, I think farming is just like a controlled whatever nature does by itself to reproduce its own seeds. At least that's the way that I look at it. Ideas walk away. I got you. So you put the things in motion. You initiate the controlled process. But then you can walk away, and much like nature, it's just gonna do its thing. I got you. You create a full biosphere. What's your education again? Formally, I dropped out from computer, like, programming bullshit. I just realized that you don't really need... Yeah, but I'm basically college dropout. I was out here trying to justify my dropping out, and then I'm like, nah, dude. It doesn't change anything. How are you so smart in agriculture? I don't know that I am, to be honest with you. I don't think I am smart in many areas of life, to be honest with you. You know what it is? I watched the space movie with Jason Bourne. I forget what his name is. Where he's a botanist on Mars. Would you go to Mars? Let's say Elon Musk offers you a contract. It's not like an insane amount. It's more of like a fair compensation for your time. You know, maybe like a 20% bonus or whatever. But you would have to go and you'd have to live on Mars and do research there. Is that something you would take up as an offer? Or are you like, that's not my cup of tea kind of thing? You stayed at a Holiday Inn, didn't you? Maybe when I was a kid. I don't really go to hotels much. Is that a Holiday Inn is just like a hotel kind of thing, right? I don't get the joke though. Do people is that a meme where people who stay at Holiday Inns, they're considered quote unquote smart or what? Absolutely, I'd go to Mars. Even if it's forever. Now that I think about it though, like if you get paid to go forever, I mean, I suppose you're going to be able to use some of that currency there, but the economy is going to be super different. I don't even know what it would look like what an economy on Mars would be. Would you be trading like apple seeds and shit? If you can establish yourself as a botanist there though, you might have like a currency growing like special shit. Assuming they don't... Nah, they'll probably make you share though. Like if it's a job title. If it's like the industry property, all those seeds would belong to Mars and the company that sends everybody there. It's for science, I'm sold. Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I was asking, if like money really matters in that case. But I mean, I think a lot of people would just do it for the experience. I don't know if I would do it for the experience or the money, because it's kind of risky. But here's the thing, I don't know if I'm passionate about anything in this life to like apply that. But if you're a botanist, there's some real potential there to like learn. So yeah, like what am I gonna do? Stream from Mars? It just doesn't make sense, you know? Can't imagine I'm smart enough to be chosen. Well, maybe you just have to be brave enough to accept, you know? People are gonna need their little side dose of weed on Mars, and who better to grow it than our boy here, Mr. Mitri. I can definitely handle the isolation, that's for sure. Oh yeah? I mean, we talked about this. You said you were more of an extrovert. But, see, I would be able to handle the isolation. But I thought you were like a big fan of people and all that. That's why you go to the festivals? You said you like hated being alone, not alone, but you know, just isolated too much. At least that's the implication I got. First try. Ever since I started streaming on my right hand, I've been like getting, not a blister, but like it's been chafing the bone where I use my mouse. So I put this like little piece of tape on it. Because shit's starting to hurt. I like to be around people. Connecting with them on this level of communication is rare for me. Most people can't jive in these convos. Yeah, that's me. Big brain delta over here. The problem with my style is I'm not like good at any one thing. When I say good, I mean I think I'm, you know, good high percentiles, but then I'm not like an expert, you know. Which in America, that's kind of how you gotta function though. You gotta be so good at one thing that you can kind of maximize as much potential as you can off that one thing, and then trade goods and services with other people with whatever they're good at. At least, it's the way that I interpret it. Let alone earn royalties. Yeah. All right. Listen, buddy. I'm gonna hold you to that. All right. There might be a day. Oh, I come for you and ask for a favor. Yeah, I'm no expert, so that's why I'm probably not the best for going to Mars versus teaching people and sending them to Mars. If I was you, I'd screenshot that promise. Remember, I told you earlier I'm more of a handshake kind of guy. So consider this the handshake, alright? Hi, Delta. Hey, fitness chick, how you doing? Handshake, sir. Yes, sir. Firm handshakes all around. Thanks for making your bed. You're welcome. Wait, I've had this conversation with somebody else, so you're bending my mind a little bit. I had to take a moment and realize, hold on. This is not the person that I talked with this about. Sorry, I'll stop bending your mind. No, you can bend it as hard as you can. I'm all about it. You can test my mind's flexibility. You're good. Where's my microphone? think my microphone's going off when it's not supposed to. What's the first thing you did when you woke up today? Oh shit. Got on my computer. I think I booted my computer up. Is it just a random question, or are we making inferences here? Nice. Yeah. That's what we do around here. We're addicted. What do you mean references? What do I mean? What was I talking about when I said references? Stop bending your mind. What's the first thing you did when you woke up today? Turned on my computer. And then what did I say? Sorry, I forgot what I said. I have no idea what I was talking about. I'm sure it made sense, but I can't recall what I was talking about. So give a name for your plot of land in my experiment. Well, it has to be something delta, right? Call it like delta seed. Delta botanical. I'm gonna let you pick out of one of those two. Delta. I think delta seed's kind of cool. Makes it sound nice and unique. The ever-changing seed. You asked me if I was making references to something when I asked what's the first thing you did. Yeah, I know. I forget what I was talking about. Sorry. I guess I could, even if I rewatched it, I don't know. It was, I was making a point, and it made sense, I swear. It's just, I just don't remember what that point was. And I'm pretty sure it was, like, kind of a joke as well. So it wasn't too serious, and it wasn't very important. But if I remember, I will ask you again. Hey, you know, I'm a new streamer, okay? I'm not great at this whole thing. I'll put a link to your channel every time it's shown. Okay. Can you imagine my clout, my streaming clout is gonna come from a guy, a farming guy, a revolutionary farming guy who links my channel every time it comes up. That'd be insane. That'd be an absolute plot twist. Delta seed. Yeah, that's it. Man, this game is so laggy. Really gotta optimize this thing. I wish I had people to help me get grants for the project. I didn't know that. I'm sure there are probably institutions, but I thought like grants were something you apply to. Yeah, bureaucracy, I don't like. And grants are part of bureaucracy. New business grants? Oh, I thought you were talking about like research grants for the university. I'm with you on handshakes. I don't do contracts. Well, I think it depends on who. I mean, I wouldn't say I never do contracts because that's like a lot of stifled opportunities, you know, because other people just, you know, might not be as trustworthy and whatnot. And I don't expect everybody to be trustworthy. I'm just saying, like, for those people that you can do a handshake with, it always makes me feel good. And I prefer that because you can really expedite like relationships in that manner, business relationships, all kinds of relationships. But I wouldn't discount like when you say I don't do contracts. I like it in like a philosophical sense. You know, that's my ideal. Where other people where you go like, wow, that's crazy. How could you not do contracts? That's how people settle things. But I'm not saying I would never do contracts or don't ever. I'm just saying I hate bureaucracy. And contracts and grants and all that is part of bureaucracy. And it's not that I hate it because I'm like, you know, contrarian or some bullshit. It's just, it's inefficient. It's it takes away kind of what I value from life, I guess. Like I said, integrity, kind of a big part for me. Until it's time to screw somebody over, and then my integrity goes out the window. Because, no, I'm kidding. That's the joke. That means that you don't have integrity if you do that. Big jokes all around. Why is my mic? Is my mic picking up sound? Is that just my PC killing itself? Test, test. Test, test, 1, 2. Cool. Maybe that's a little better. Shouldn't have mocked the Illuminati. Now your comp's dying. Yeah, they're injecting all the malware. Nah, it's not. It's because this game is struggling. It's like, it is, it's like lagging pretty hard. I'm pretty sure I've never tried to set up my fan while the PC was working at overtime. But it sounds like you can't actually hear it though, which is good. I can still see it peaking a little bit, but I think I can only hear it if I blast the volume at 100%. Oh crap, I need petrol for this. Totally forgot. Got all this stuff too. .442 stream time, make a wish. 442. I wish to be a big, successful streamer very, very soon. Lots of fame, lots of bitches on my dick. Bitches, fame, clout, money, all that, you know, all the superficial shit. Specifically the bitches. That's the most important. On a real note, I think priorities would be gold chains and grills. Heard, hey man, I know exactly who to outsource the work to. I happen to know a jeweler guy. One connector, 2 alloy frames. If I can't do it, I know a guy. Okay. I'm sure you got all the connects in the jewelry business. I know it's jewelry, but there's like a colloquial way that certain people say it. And they say jewelry. Jewelry. And if we're talking about gold chains and grill, holy moly, did my throat. If we're talking about gold chains and grills, then I think it's only appropriate to call it jewelry. Can't believe I scrapped the entirety of the top portion here. Well, almost. May have missed the spot here and there, but we're really scrapping everything. Those TVs, I'm pretty sure, have pretty rare and valuable items. These robots are really good too for resources. Nice little exploit there. Kobe. Did I actually make that? There's no way. Close. Oh, how am I supposed to get up there? Surely there has to be something good. Right, so far in this game, I've watched you scrap this ship like a meth head looking for copper. I mean, actually, ironically enough, copper is the one resource here that is way too abundant to the point where you don't know what to do with it. You're mainly looking for like petroleum jelly or some shit like that. Those little mammoth things, they have some of it, but they're big boys, and I don't know if I can kill them, at least not with the weapons I have. But yeah, like, I got copper for days, buddy. All this shit. Oh. Is it not, we're getting there, okay? It's more of an exploration, crafting, resource management. Like, see this battery and this wire going into that? Doesn't this just make you feel good? Like, doesn't this just satiate a part of you that's like, wow, I built that? And then it's like used to power all that shit, and like you disconnect and boom, the whole power goes out. I like that. Getting real ditty real fast. Petroleum jelly? Is that? I don't know what he uses to lubricate. What he uses the jelly to lubricate, but I'm sure it's something useful and completely not creepy. Titanium's really good in this game too. Fabric is surprisingly good. Gold, used for some stuff. Plastic is good. We didn't get any jelly though. But yes, I am embodying a meth head. You are right, this is a meth head simulator. And this is not a ship, this is it's a stationary location, alright? There's gotta be a way. I need to find some fuel for that thing. And I still even haven't... Oh. Still haven't even explored the parts that I need to explore. See, these computers are worth a lot of scrap. Tech scraps are good. That's why they're good. It's just for the tech scraps, I'm pretty sure. Little gaming chair. High tech scraps, that's what I'm looking for. High tech scraps. This doesn't even give you tech scraps. Scrapping shit like a meth head. I'm pretty sure Diddy used oil instead of jelly. I feel like if Diddy used jelly, it would have been a little worse. There's something that feels a little bit more naughty using jelly when you're... Is it weird that Diddy sounds very similar to diddle? I don't know. I feel like there's something to there. Do you know that there's this weird phenomenon where people who have names with meanings are more likely to satiate whatever those meanings are? So like Vladimir in the Soviet language means to like rule, or it's like a derivative of a ruler. And you know, Vladimir Putin is a ruler. Or if your last name or first name has like hunter, you are more likely to be a hunter. Or you're more likely to be good at, like, hunting. And more likely to be a hunter. Which is, like, super interesting. It's like I think it's a cognitive bias coming into play. So if your name was, like, Derek Greenthumb Jr., you would be more likely to be a better botanist, I guess. I don't know the cause and effect, but apparently it's a thing. Okay, what is that? A little too much yelling, not enough rhythm. Alright, homie, I'm taking off. Good chatting with you. Likewise, man. Appreciate the convos as always. Thanks for being here, supporting a humble little streamer. But I'm actually hopping off very soon as well. But take care, buddy. Good luck with your plants and your jewelry. And hopefully I will see you again sometime, you know? Take care, man.
things clearly now. Coordinates have been received. Lazarus Rack is ready once more. You've rebuilt more than machinery, Caretaker. You've Now the seeds of our survival can grow again. Our survival depends on locating a seed vault. These crumbling chambers hold humanity's last secrets. It safeguards the precious human seeds.
GG's.